Hello and welcome. We're going to go ahead and jump right in to Myst from the beginning. I have pretty much no experience with Myst, at least none that I think is relevant. I have my puzzle notebook next to me to take notes. I don't know if this is the sort of game where that's relevant. I imagine it probably is. I genuinely...
I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed.
I genuinely know very little about this game.
Falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed. I must admit, however, such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Yeah, shocking literally nobody. I'm playing this version because it's the only one with retro achievements. You'll notice that I don't have the tracker up there because I don't want any information it's going to provide. Whatever that tracker could offer me, I don't want it. That timer's unsettling. I'm going to ignore the timer. I'm sure it's a silly speedrun timer for beating the game, because I know you can beat this game in like a few minutes, a minute. All of my experience with this game comes from the other things that have been inspired by it. I know there's a book and there's pages, and I'm not saying that to be snarky or anything like that. That is genuinely the extent. I'm aware of, like, from the cultural cachet of Myst, that there is a book and that I'm seeking pages. Carrie, thanks so much for the resub. Yeah, it's certainly no pissed. I click that and now nothing's happened. Oh, okay. Okay. Fine. Not sure what I can interact with here. You know, if this were a modern point and click, there would be a button you could hit that would highlight everything interactable on the screen. My mouse is breaking out of containment every now and then. hold on. I'd like to go back. What are you? Catherine, I have left for you a message of utmost importance in our forechamber beside the dock. Enter the number of marker switches. Okay, I had to like squint my eyes to read that word. Switches on this island into the imager to retrieve the message. It's genuinely easier to read if I squint. Okay, it's genuinely easier to read if I squint. Okay. Chamber beside bed. Enter number of marker switches on this island. I think I've encountered 3 marker switches so far. I'm making the assumption that the marker switches are
determined to go forward.
These things. Saya, thank you so much for 10 months. I hope you enjoy mystery. Oh, there's a dentist chair. A dentist chair. A dentist chair? Is this like a game of hot and cold? Okay, so I have a device that allows me to set a timestamp of some sort and it'll do something. This... My mouse keeps breaking containment. I'm using mouse... I'm going mouse mode on the... on the 3DO.
Firm belief.
Yo, Tundra Wolf, thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it. Damn, this book's seen better days. I ain't writing all that, if I'm being honest. Nah. Nah, man. Nah, that ain't me. Emmett was the first to live on the rocks. He named them the rocks because that is what they were, a group of sharp rocks clustered together in the middle of a large sea. This was where Emmett lived. He enjoyed his life. Emmett would occasionally swim to nearby rocks as it was never too far of a distance. One day another person appeared on the rocks for no apparent reason to Emmett. Emmett named this new person Branch. Emmett and Branch quickly became friends, swimming and hunting for fish together often. Emmett showed Branch the simple cave in which he lived on the largest rock soon. Branch discovered a place where he decided to live, also on the same large rock. The sun always shone brightly in their world, and the water was always dazzlingly clear, allowing them to see almost to the deep ocean floor which surrounded them. Though the sun always shone, it was never too hot for the boys. A light breeze always came from the north and cooled the area down. One day, while Branch was swimming and having fun in the water, he noticed another boy swimming. Branch brought the new boy to Emmett to find out what to call the new boy. Emmett said the boy should be called Will. Will was soon a part of the group, and all three of the boys swam and enjoyed their perfect world. At least that is the story I was told when I arrived today on the island. Emmett, Branch, and Will were surprised to see me at first, but even before the night ended, we were all becoming good friends. Today, the second day on this newly created age, a strange thing happened. It was not strange to me, but the three boys did not understand what was happening. While I was relaxing under a large tree on one of the smaller rock islands, it began to rain. It was a nice rain that lasted for about an hour in the morning. I explained to the boys that the rain was not harmful. Yet they obviously still feared it. Before going to sleep tonight, I told the boys I would leave the following day. I told them that while I was gone, I would make a surprising change in their world. They didn't understand, not that I expected them to. I still did not fully understand what happened today. I was experimenting with the art, testing the limits of the rules as dictated to me by Father. I attempted to create a boat by writing it into the world. I thought everything was planned correctly, yet somehow the boat had become gripped by the rock and broken in half. Although this test did not turn out as I had hoped, I now have answers to a few of the questions my father never answered. As for the boat, I can see the boys enjoy it anyway, and with that I am pleased. They have played on it all day, even though the boat cannot move. Excuse you. Which book were you? Which book were you? That one? Wait, this is a different book. This is a different book! Wait, this is a different book. Correctly... Okay. I thought everything was planned correctly, yet somehow the boat had become gripped by the rock and broken in half. Okay, as for they have played on it all day. Even though the boat cannot move, I've enjoyed studying from it. It is a much sturdier platform than the jagged rocks. In the course of my observations, I have learned some very interesting things regarding the solar system of this age. The nights are absolutely beautiful here. I have made note of and named a number of constellations that pass above me. Also during the night, I catch glimmers of light from the horizon which I have not yet been able to discover if it is created by some natural phenomenon or additional people on far-off island or rock. I should very much like to discover which. I rather suspect it is additional people, which would explain the appearance of Branch and Will. The rain today was slightly heavier than usual. Just when the boys were getting used to the light rains, a small storm arrived. They were frightened of the heavier rain, not to mention the thunder and lightning. If rain has never fallen here until recently, as the boys tell me, I would like to discover why it is falling now. Regardless, I have decided to return home for a short while. I have also been thinking of some plans for a lighthouse that I hope to construct soon. I think that perhaps shining a bright light toward the horizon, it might prove my suspicions regarding additional inhabitants. They would be curious about the light and travel to discover its source, if they have the means. I returned with many tools I will need for construction of the lighthouse. I have decided that once the lighthouse is completed, I will leave for some time and let the world's own imagination have control. We have worked 3 weeks on the lighthouse now and are making great progress. The rock that we are building on seems to not be as secure as I would like. I have had to alter my plans slightly, but those alterations pose no real problem. The boys are quite strong and have been helping me immensely. I estimate construction will be done within 2 days. The lighthouse is finished and we are all proud of our creation. The boys are amazed at the structure wrought from rock with their own hands. That evening, we powered up the generator, much to the boys' dread at first, and shined a great light into the horizon for many hours. I stayed the night in the top of the lighthouse, and in the morning awoke to observe the sunrise without my being coated with the chilly chilly blanket of ocean dew I'd become accustomed to. It was Will who first saw the girl. She was swimming not far from the boat where Will was getting ready to hunt for fish. Then Will noticed a man not far away from the girl. Emmett was very pleased to meet the additional neighbors. I feel pleasure to leave this age. I have set in motion events that have nothing to do with writing or the art. That will have a more profound impact on this world than I could have ever written. I think of it, this age, as a gift to myself that I will wrap up and open someday in the future, only to discover that it has changed so much that indeed it is a surprise. Besides, I have yet another new age that awaits me. It seems I'm going to need some way to travel underwater in this new age, and so much planning is in order. It has been 10 years since I left this age, which I have since called the Stone Ship Age. Upon returning, I cannot believe the changes that have taken place. The original 3 quote-unquote boys have grown into adults, and there are many new faces that I do not recognize. Branch told me that it has not rained for 7 years. And the cool breezes are back again. They're all very content and have been serving me with new foods and showing me new materials they have discovered. It even seems they have found gold somewhere. I see it in many forms around the island. My lighthouse has been kept in perfect condition, and it looks as if they have tried their very best to keep it so. Yet I have noticed that the entire rock it was built on has sunk approximately 40 or 50 centimeters. After a wonderful visit with my old friends, I wonder aloud with them what things will be like here in another 10 years. Does that say? Oh, constellations. Okay. Oh. I'm going to take some screenshots of these. I think I'll thank myself later for having them. Sorry, if you thought that I was going to hand draw them, you can eat my ass. I have called this age Channelwood. Channelwood? Channelwood. Channelwood. And it is very different, a very different world. Though it is exactly how I imagined it, it is still annoying to see it with my own eyes. Water covers this age as far as I can see, except for a small rocky island. Elsewhere, there are only trees which grow directly out of the water. A myriad of thin wooden passageways are built just above the water and disappear into the forest. I assume they were built some time ago, for they appear aged. I am eager to discover more about this land and its people, but I have arrived here late and I must rest. I'm sure everyone's just joking, but that's nonsense. I won't hand draw the constellations. I understand the desire to have the authentic experience, but I'm just going to fast forward the 3 minutes you have to watch me meticulously draw constellations. Anyway. I was awakened this morning by strange noises coming from a pathway adjacent to the one on which I had slept. I saw a group of monkey-like people heading in my direction. They had not seen me yet. I did not feel threatened by their presence. Their response to me was one that I would never have expected. Would have never expected. After staring at me for a short time, they fell to their knees and began what appeared to be some sort of ceremonial worship. I tried to speak to them, but they did not understand my language. Instead, they indicated through enthusiastic hand motions that I was to follow them. As we walked, I began to notice that the waters below were changing colors. Slowly, subtly, they would change from deep blue to muddy orange, then from muddy orange to beautifully clear. I was so intrigued by the water, I hardly noticed that we had arrived at a ladder. Climbing the ladder led us to their village, which is about 10 meters above the water and can only be reached by rope ladders that stretch from the lower paths to the village level. approximately halfway up the grand trees. It was very interesting watching these people carry out their daily tasks. Even after watching them for hours, I did not understand exactly what they were doing. At sunset, they motioned for me to follow them. I followed the creatures to the doorway of an enormous hut. Strangely, once inside, I found that the hut appeared even larger than it had from the outside. Oh, that's some... House of Leaves shit. The walls were garnished with bright metals in the center of the hut. Garnished with bright metals, and in the center of the hut sat the leader of these people. At least he appeared to be their leader, for he sat a meter off the floor in a thick throne. Guards surrounded the strong creature, who was dressed in many exotic, colorful fabrics. Next to the leader sat a very old human. At least to some extent he appears human. His hair, which was only on his face and head, was completely gray, almost white, and hung very long around his frail body. His thin head hung limply by an almost grotesque neck that could not hold its head up to look at me. Could not hold its head up to look at me. But what a surprise! This creature could speak my language. Shortly thereafter, I was given a bed with some hand motions that looked to be telling me to go to sleep. I look forward to learning more. As I suspected, the ancient creature is a human, but he is old beyond his own reckoning and seems almost insane. However, the tree dwellers almost revere him as a god. They are treating me now in the same fashion, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. It's almost impossible to understand this old man. His voice is feeble but wild. He has adopted much of the language of the tree dwellers. He himself told me he had not spoken our own tongue in ages. He attempted to explain to me the history of this place. The following is my best translation of what he told me. Many years ago, the humans and the tree dwellers lived together in this place, which was then a vast island. They interacted very little. The humans dwelt on the ground, and the tree dwellers lived high above the humans. Occasionally, the island was disturbed by mysterious rumblings which happened randomly, some sort of tectonic or volcanic action, I suspect. The sometimes slight, sometimes heavy tremors would only last a short time, then they would stop, allowing everything to return to normal. One day, things changed. The rumbling began and grew quickly to unprecedented levels. Soon it became apparent that the entire island was sinking slowly into the ocean around them. Many of the humans died on that day, but not before sacrificing themselves in order to stop the sinking of the island. The humans who lived through this catastrophe moved into the trees, where they gradually died out, maybe because they were unequipped for such environment, but I am not sure. This is the story the old man communicated to me, although many details are very unclear in my mind. I'm especially confused as to how the humans saved the island from completely sinking. In fact, I doubt the accuracy of that part of the story. The island must have stopped on its own. Yet the old man believes in the truth of the story as if he had been there. And the tree dwellers worship him, and apparently all humans, as if they were heroes or gods. The old man ended our conversation today with an event which I will never forget. He began gripping my hands tightly, murmuring something about rest and asleep. He then said, "We had expected you to come sooner." These actions filled me with a sort of immediate dread. With much effort, he stood to his feet. I tried to help, but he pushed me away with more force than I imagined his frail body contained. The tree dwellers quietly surrounded him with very solemn faces. Then he kneeled before him. They kneeled before him. He walked to each and placed his hand on their heads. All the while he murmured words which I did not understand. Finally he turned to me and smiled. Then he closed his eyes and walked out the door and off of the narrow path high in the trees. The tree dwellers were silent. They began a procession down the nearest rope ladder. As I was descending, I saw several of them pick up the body he had fallen onto the lower level of walkway, and carried it away. He was laying down at the dead end of a short pier-like structure. With the use of some potion, one of the tree creatures lit the pier on fire, and I watched as the flames engulfed him. As this strange funeral proceeded, the waters around the pier changed to dull green. Wait. Damn. This morning I awoke, finding it hard to even believe the previous evening's events. The water is a dull green for as far as I can see now. For some reason, the water no longer shifts color. As I wander throughout the pathways, the creatures watch me, curious to see what I will do next. They are constantly offering me strange objects of affection. I even found food outside the doorway to the room in which I had slept. This is a unique race of beings. I hope to learn their language soon so I may learn more from them. I have lived on this world for 3 months off and on, and the tree dwellers have shown great hospitality. I'm even beginning to learn bits of their language. I've decided to return home for an extended stay with my loving wife and my sons, and hopefully return with them. However, I'm sure Catherine will once again refuse. I think this age would be a wonderful experience for them all, and I at least look forward to how Cirrus and Achenar will react to its curious inhabitants. Catherine is staying behind as expected. My sons have returned with me and they enjoy this age very much. They get along very well with the tree dwellers and are picking up their language surprisingly fast. I have no doubt that it will not be too long until they can speak with the tree dwellers much better than myself. I'm leaving tomorrow to check on Osmoian age. Cirrus has suggested that I allow him and his brother to stay, though the idea unsettles me. I know the boy are growing up rapidly. The hospitality of these creatures is such that I could think of no better place to leave them for a short while, so I will consent to their request. I warn the boys not to take advantage of the respect the tree dwellers have for their ideas. They seem to understand my warning, and I have faith they will follow it. Much to my dismay, upon arriving in Everdunes, I learn that Pran and her people are continuing to be menaced by the Choctic. I fear for their survival and plan on returning to her shortly after checking on Cirrus and Achenar here. See Everdune's journal for more information. After watching Cirrus and Achenar, I see they are handling things very well, and I think I can put to rest any fears about leaving them in Channelwood again, and for a little longer time. The tree dwellers seem slightly distressed that I'm leaving, but are happy that Cirrus and Achenar are staying behind again. I have been gone for over... the red just sounds angry. I have been gone for over 3 days and have been to many different places. I had to tell Cirrus and Achenar about Pran's death today, and they were visibly shaken, although they only remembered her from their childhood. Catherine has suggested that it would be wise for Cirrus and Achenar to leave Channelwood for a while, and I have to agree. They will be returning with me when I leave again. I have told my sons that they will be returning with me in 2 days. They spent the entire night telling me of an adventure they experienced in my absence, and it was rather remarkable. It seems they constructed a boat with the creatures and traveled some ways out to the surrounding waters. I enjoy hearing them talk excitedly of their adventures and am reminded of my own adventures as a child. I finally understand why the tree dwellers have been giving me their many inks and insisting I write with them. Looking through some of my past entries, I see now that the inks have changed from the black I thought they were to various different colors. I've shown some of the creatures my journal, and they laughed and howled. I did not know how they had such a sense of humor. Even now, as I look through this very colorful journal, I cannot help but laugh myself. We will be returning tomorrow. Okay, so the ink colors do denote something. It's not just he brought out a different gel pen every day. Like the ink colors are going to mean something. Like whether or not the person is telling the truth or whether or not they're happy or sad. That's interesting. We will be returning tomorrow, so my sons are with the creatures for the last night here. They have told me they would like to come to Channelwood again, and also asked if they can visit some other ages alone. Though I will have to think over their request, I believe they have proven to me that they are trustworthy and responsible. Catherine will also have to help me decide whether they are ready for travel alone. For now, I must give my farewells to the creatures, for I do not know how long it will be until I can visit this age again. It has been a while since I have heard only silence. I enjoy it greatly. I think for some reason I do not feel altogether welcome in this new world in which I have arrived, but how could I be, unwelcome in an age with no inhabitants? It is, of course, only in my head. This world is very beautiful, but I think I have yet to ever write in a journal that an age I but I think I have yet to ever write in a journal that an age I have linked to is horrid or disgusting. From the grassy hill where I am standing, I can see green fields below, along with a few scattered forests. A rather large lake looms some distance from where I am standing, yet the water's hue, the water's blue, can be seen plainly from here. The air is fresh and the sky is sparkled with white clouds. It is absolutely breathtaking, and yet that strange feeling again. Perhaps it's the hot breeze that continues to blow from the north. Hotter than I would have imagined. It almost singes my skin, and I feel quite uncomfortable when it comes. I will try to ignore it. Night has almost arrived, and the sunset is spectacular. Oranges and reds have settled about the western horizon. Though night has come, the horizon still grows red long past the sunset. Dark reds flow from the horizon and blend into the black sky. Again, the feeling, and I am beginning to believe it is not all in my mind. I must sleep now. I will need my strength to explore more tomorrow. I have had to return home due to an unpredictable natural occurrence, more frightening than I have ever experienced. I was awakened by a terrible shaking by terrible shakings in the ground, and explosions on all sides of me. Gigantic balls of fire were falling from the sky, and I immediately left in fear of my life. I must remember to bring a Myst linking book with me when I return, in case the one left there has been destroyed or damaged. I have returned to a different world than the one I left only 3 months ago. It has been transformed into a barren desert land, with only gigantic craters scattered across the land to provide variety. Strangely enough, the small grassy hill where I spent my first night remains exactly the way I found it. Apparently the falling meteors did not hit this area, leaving an oasis in the midst of this horrible desolation. The hot wind, I remember, has turned into a rather pleasant breeze, which is at least one improvement. I fear it is the only improvement. The magnificent lake I saw on my first visit is now completely dried up. However, another lake now exists and appears to be quite a bit larger. I assume one of the falling meteors created this lake due to its circular shape, and the jutting rock that grows out of the center of the lake. The rest of this world seems like desert, although I will verify that statement with closer inspection. Though this world has little visual excitement to offer, it offers much to the ears. Sounds constantly flow through my ears, and I have found where a few of them originate. It seems, as Catherine says, I do find beauty in everything. Last night I was awakened by a horrible hissing. I was sweating, and the heat was so intense that I immediately dipped my head into a nearby stream to cool it down. The hot breezes had returned, along with a low roar from the ground. I walked a short distance to observe some red flames shooting up from the earth. Suddenly the ground began to crack, and a huge chasm opened. The chasm continued to grow until it was far too wide to cross. Then the tumult subsided, leaving only a dull roar. I have decided, however, I can use the chasm to my advantage. Perhaps the heat from the chasm can be harnessed. Even as the chasm has ripped into the surface of this world, it has opened up a whole new world to explore. Although uncomfortably hot, I found it possible to reach a cave in the chasm that has been created, and have now explored deep into the crust of this planet. I have found a vast underground cave system that will take many years to map and explore. I will also look for a safer way to reach the underground than through the chasm wall. This age seems to change on its own, so I feel I should leave again and see if things are different when I return. It's also important that I check on Cirrus and Akinar and make sure everything is going along well. When I return, I also hope to bring back some tools I will need for my plans to explore the underground. The abundance of raw materials here is beginning to amaze me. I have returned with some of the complex tools I knew I would be needing. I assumed I would have to return for more basic materials. However, it seems as though I will be able to find everything I need here. Of course, iron is abundant, but I have also found titanium occurring naturally. I am all the more excited to begin work. Everything is set, and I look forward to tomorrow. My raw materials are all here. I think I will be able to have most of my additions to this age completed within 1 year. I so love working with my hands, whether writing or building. I began today on the bridge and I have decided. 3 meters is not enough support for the beams, although amazingly strong. One of my most prized inventions. I am extremely Would never have imagined it to come together. I doubt could possibly work with 14 instead of 8. Completely fatigued. I'm so happy to have tomorrow. I am leaving today in order to bring back Sirius and Akinar. Cirrus and Akinar. I have left them alone in Channelwood. I believe they will enjoy all there is to see here. The age seems to have stabilized. I believe the meteor set off a period of volcanic activity by piercing into the shallow crust, but the tremors have become few. I have just noticed a large amount of this journal has curiously vanished from the very pages on which I wrote the last 18 months. Fortunately, I've copied most of my construction notes in another journal. I do not understand the many mysteries of this world, but I trust I will discover logical answers to my questions. I have a feeling that many of my questions can be answered in another age, to which I hope to travel soon, but for now I must simply accept this world's mysteries and take pride in my accomplishments.
Firm belief.
Yo, thanks. Thanks for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate it, John. Thank you for the good luck on the Myst. I am intentionally not putting the Chivo tracker on screen, just in case it would offer me any clues or hints. Loud, incorrect buzzer. That actually startled me, by the way. A secret to everybody. Cool. All right. Ooh, library. Library. My bad. Off. You forgot to screenshot the ages. Off. Off. It's okay, they'll still be there. That icon looks like a book. And that one looks like a key. I like key. There doesn't seem to be anything I can interact with at the moment. At least nothing that I'm seeing stand out to me. Yeah, I don't think it'll ever take off. Does this have anywhere else to go? This is where I was before. Oh. So that place I just was referred to as the tower, so I have to imagine that... I mean, I don't know how I need to rotate it, but I can certainly experiment a little bit. The elevator turned to line up with the tower. Hmm. $59 volts. So I have to share a fun fact about...
Do you need anything?
No.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
What's your fun fact?
Something about a picture.
Oh,
A fun fact about the badges for this set is if you go and look on retro achievements, this is something I just happen to know about this set. If you look at the badges on this set, you'll notice that the unearned badges, when they're grayed out, they don't show anything, because whoever made these badges specifically used colors that would grayscale all down to basically be flat. And so you can actually only see what the images are in the badges once they are earned. Yeah, the specific colors chosen may not be color blindness friendly. That's a fair point. I don't know if blue-orange or teal-orange color blindness is like a common setting, but yeah, not 100% of the achievement badges do that, but I think... Didn't I just click to go down? Yeah, I think the badges they did that with are ones where, like, the achievement icon contains information about the, information about the clue that you received, so you don't want the player to see the clue until they've earned the badge in game. As for why this is the only one on Retro Achievements that has a set, I don't know. The only other version of Myst that I think is on a console that Retro Achievements supports is the PlayStation version, which I would expect would have a set, but I don't know. Oh, Saturn as well? Okay. Yeah, that was actually a running problem for Retro Achievements, if I remember correctly, was that Wes was looking at making... Okay, so when it's facing south, small opening is facing the gears? Wes was talking about making the fact that the badges are shown grayscale just a CSS filter, instead of actually having to store 2 copies of every badge, which that feels like an obvious choice for... I'm not reading the text up there. Everyone made a big fuss out of it, so I'm just not going to read it. But it turns out that the algorithm that they're using for converting the images is not the same as the algorithm that would that they use for making the badges grayscale currently, and the test case that they used was it was not fully graying out the Myst badges. That's the only reason I know about any of this. Alright, we'll rotate this one more orientation. I think it started out facing the right, so I'll face it to the left and see what I see. I'd actually really love porting this to N64. Oh, that's awesome, Happy Ferret. That's cool that you ported over Day of the Tentacle and Sam & Max. Aren't those both Scum games? Could you port more Scum... Hey! Can we get more Scum games on N64? How do I subscribe to your Patreon to get Curse of Monkey Island on the N64? Just tell me where to send the money. I'll mail you a blank check. You fill in whatever you feel is fair. Okay, so we're seeing the blocked path again. But I think it's more likely that maybe there's something to see here. There is not. I was wrong. I was wrong for thinking that. That's on me. And I will make sure in the future I think more carefully before I speak. Let's make that happen, Happy Ferret. Let's get some Monkey Island games on the N64. I've never said I don't have the money to buy a new camera. It's that I don't feel like it's worth the several $100s I would need to get a better camera. Don't like the mattress to me. You don't know my life. You don't know anything about my life. No, you're not going to do this to me. That's absolutely not happening. Oh. Who are you?
Bring me a red meat. I can't see. Eat a red meat, you must. Bring. Shh. I am serious. Give it up. There is one thing I need to rescue.
Wonder what that was about. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, yeah, the door is locked when, I think that's awesome, Happy Parrot. I hope that you're able to make all of this work for you as a lucrative career going forward. I'm sorry that you've been struggling. T-Major, thank you so much for the raid. We're playing a little Myst.
Serious? Are you? See you. Nah. Help me.
The reception's terrible, buddy.
Blue pages. Never. Just.
The reception's terrible in here.
The blue page.
The blue pages.
Bring them to me.
Alright, we're here. I don't know where here is, but that's where we are. So this was one of the constellations. Gotta stop right-clicking. Oh!
A shipowner was about to send to sea a venerable old ship. He knew that her barnacled hull, however, had often needed repairs, and doubts were suggested to him that possibly she was not seaworthy. The conscientious old captain thought at once to have her thoroughly refitted, even though it should put him at great expense. Before the ship sailed, however, he managed to stifle these bothersome misgivings, and said to himself that she had gone safely through so many voyages that it was idle to suppose that this trip should be any different. He put his trust in Providence, and banished from his mind all ungenerous suspicions about the honesty of the ship's builders, and in such ways he acquired a sincere and comfortable conviction that his vessel was altogether safe and seaworthy. He watched her departure with a light heart, encouraging the crew to dream of the profits that this voyage would return. And he got his insurance money when she went down in mid-ocean and told no tales. What shall we say of him? Surely this, that his belief in the safety of his ship was justified because it was grounded in repeated practical experimentation rather than the hubris of rationalistic a priori belief. It is admitted that he put his confidence in the builders of this vessel, but even this confidence was misplaced.
I don't have a
These were
sound.
the selfsame charlatans who sought to sell him gratuitous repairs later on, and Big Ship is always trying to get one over on the little guy. Further, we may see that the ship is religion, and the shipwright is Richard Dawkins. The crewmates are empiricism, and the barnacles are Neoplatonism. And the captain of that ship was Albert Einstein. What the hell was I talking about?
I do not have a soundboard. I have a button on OBS that is specifically to play that audio. What about Brian Moriarty? Well, I have the Brian Moriarty button as well on OBS, but every time I press the Brian Moriarty button, my viewership gets halved, so... All right. Ten, 7, 8, 16, 5. And so the first and the fourth button should be 26. Is it just simple addition? Okay. 1, 2, 22. 1, 2, 22. 19 and 9. Yeah, why? I mean, I'm aware of that, but why would you want to say that? Like, what would compel you to be like, hey, that matches with the clue you were given? Baffling stuff we're working with here. Do I need to make it another way? Stop right clicking. Stop, never right click. Power to spaceship generator switches. Yeah, thanks so much, Nesmu. I was given a time of 2:40. And also I was given a pattern 221.
Determined to go forward.
If I could get to 221, trust me, we'd get there. Oh. That was an accent that I held one down too long. I didn't see what that said, but that's fine. I don't need to know what the achievement titles are. They're... I guess from what I understand, they're dangerous. So far, I've seen, I think, 5 of these switches. I'm sorry, make that 6 of these switches. You know, for a very brief second, it really looked like that was going to work. Can I close the door? Feels like there's something behind the door. I'm just saying. I think it's because there's no power here right now. Mostly because I blew up the power grid. Oh, it's working again. What was I so worried about? Okay, so that's 7. I've never been smart. That's probably not what I meant to hit, huh? Well, God willing, I haven't lost too much progress. Oh, did it not save my control scheme? Hold on. Okay, so we didn't lose too much. No thanks. No thanks, I've had plenty. Yeah. I consider that a benefit that the timer is fucked off. Okay, so a few things I need to redo. We need to go back here. Turn on all the power again. I don't actually remember what this did, if anything. Hello? So this looks like the big gear that we saw over by the water. I wonder if it's moved the big gear. Yeah, you know. I have no shame. There's a way to show full screen thumbnails. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. That didn't work. Do I have to click on something to set a specific... How do I specify... How do I input a... Well, I gotta tell you, what I'm doing does not seem to be working. Cool. Cool that you know. I don't. Cool. I figured it out. Damn, if you're atonal, this would suck. I might be a little bit atonal, too. Ba. 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 Give me the book. Cool. Oh. This is a new place. The fuck is this place? What, I just gotta fucking hold this? No, put it in your pockets, idiot. What are you, naked? They don't got pockets on that thing? The sound of the chasm. Can I put the paper in the... No? I'm trying. Oh no, they broke the clock! Oh, beans. Beans, I beansed it. I am a little curious about what happened to my blue page. Maybe it got teleported to back where I... Out of curiosity, I would like to return back to see if what this game does is you're only allowed to hold one item in hand, and so it just put it back where it was. That feels like a decently likely possibility. Where did I find that blue page? Show me that blue page. Quite a walk to confirm, but... Okay, yeah, that's what's happening here. should probably be writing down these symbols. I'll probably go back and do that once I figure out what's being asked of me here. That didn't work. Hmm. So that's that tower, okay. I now understand. That's, the tunnel system took me to that tower right there. Okay, so I wonder if the order of those matches the symbols on the tower? Okay, so the first one is the water drops. Do I want to make these point at the tower? Maybe. Ah. This one's the clock. You counted that? Yeah, I figured it out before they did. Before they gave it to me, I guess. The symbol on this button means summation. Am I supposed to add them up? And that means something? It's on that Sigma grind set. Hell yeah. Four, 1, 5, 2, no. 4, 1, 5, 2, 3. I am. Page, that could be anything. Okay, I'm taking a guess. The last one is supposed to be a clock, but the clock isn't making the right sound now, so... Okay. So I needed to put what the clock should have sounded like. What are we doing? Can't stop here. Okay. I started at the first stop. And it was like a bell sound. I'm here. It's like a trill upward. Now I'm going west. So this should be east. It is. So that was a dead end. No. Oh my god, it's so hard to click on these buttons. They're just like not good buttons. Okay, west is blocked. Yeah, but this guy hasn't invented pockets yet. He can imagine all of the wonders of a new age, but he can't imagine fucking pockets on his cloak. And you just know this guy's imagined for himself like some trench coat, you know what I mean? Also a compressed spring. So south is a no-go. Okay, but north is fair game. No sound? Okay. Don't know what that means. Okay, so we need to go back south because this is another dead end, it looks like. New sound just dropped. Some poorly tuned pizzicato. Oh shit, we got northeast for a change? Northeast just dropped? South is new as well, but there's also a northeast I gotta check. Humankind is never meant to travel northeast. Okay, but actually... I assume that button lets me disembark. That's kind of what I'm anticipating, at least. Oh, there's another north. Vroom! You can try, Bob. It is. You're right, and I hate that you're right, but you are correct. Southwest. So let's check all the other turns. Oh, direct south is a path here. Did I write that one down already? I think I did. That's that pizzicato string again. This takes so long to turn. This is a little bit tedious. I'm sorry if that's heretical for me to say, but this is a little bit tedious. Yo, Jeffy, what were you streaming tonight? I didn't know you were streaming. Every game has warts. We love our favorite game in spite of warts. That's awesome, Jeffy. Wait, what? This one is both the pizzicato string and the trill? That's awesome, Happy Ferret. Curse of Monkey Island's one of my favorite games of all time, and it happens to overlapping game engine with Day of the Tentacle, so I was just excited by the thought. Certainly don't break your neck trying to make something cool happen, but it would be very cool to me. Because that's one of my favorite games of all time. Southwest. And west. Oh, west was the way I came from. That's fine. I've never played Seventh Guest. Well, that may not be true. I do have some vague recollections playing either Seventh Guest or 11th Hour on, like, Windows 3.1 back in the day or something. Maybe it would have been after 3.1. Maybe it would have been like Windows 95 or something. I've heard that a lot of people really like Phantasmagoria. I've also heard that it is not very good stream content. I don't really know anything about Phantasmagoria. Awful quiet over here. I have the luxury of being on emulator. If you'll humor me, I'm gonna speed this along a little bit. Northeast is the way I came. I'm just kind of getting tired of how painful this is. East? No, backtrack is actually backtrack. It's not backwards or reverse. It's literally following the depth first search tree pointers backwards. It's probably a, oh shit, you've gotten lost down here, slam this button until you get back to the beginning. Which is genuinely probably quite smart. Whatever the system is here, I'm not seeing it yet. I'm pretty sure I explored every node as much as I could. Pardon me. Well, there is something to be solved there, but I don't know that I understand it. I don't know that I can go back across this, though. You know, I'll be honest with you, it doesn't seem to open. I feel like that answers pretty much the only question I had. Honestly, most of my, like, cultural osmosis of Myst comes from... Was it just called Mystcraft? Like, what was the mod for modded Minecraft that allowed you to have multiple worlds? I just remember extremely old mod packs I used to play would always have Mystcraft in it, and I didn't know anything about Myst, so like I didn't have the touchstone to understand what it was referencing, just that it was you made a linking book and you could have more dimensions.
Determined to go forward.
Yo, why? Thank you so much for the resub. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. My friends and I would make worlds in Mystcraft that were just really high density ores and then mine that rather than the world we were actually working in to keep it pristine. Myst is good. Yeah, I don't know if it was like, we're talking at this point probably more than 10 years ago playing that mod. And I don't know if it was like user controls to modify it or if it was something you could do in-game. There doesn't seem to be anything in this tunnel of interest. Sorry, I should be nicer to the tunnel, you're right. I'm sure that tunnel knows some really funny jokes. Good night, Bob. I really think that the tunnel system is my only path forward, which means whatever puzzle's happening there, I gotta figure it out. Because right now, I feel pretty stuck, if I'm being honest. My progress does not seem readily available at the moment. I know some people who would assert that they've never once gotten stuck in this game. I wasn't implying their honesty. Boop. Boop. So I have noticed that the sounds repeat in certain places, like this bell that I'm at right now appeared. No, this is the sharp beat. Wait, I noted this one down as a bell, but I think this is the one that I was noting later as a sharp beep. Yeah, that's the sharp beep. So what do they have in common? And this sharp beep also appears later, unless it's one that sounds similar but it's not the same. Yeah, that's the same beep. I've drawn out a map, but I don't know that it's doing anything for me. That was the compressed spring. Southeast. There's a path to the north. The sound is a trill. That's the pizzicato string. And we have another path to the north here. There's an east, and there's a south. Southeast. Northwest is back the way I came. Southwest is a path, and north is a path. Let's head north. Silence. This is a dead end. But I'm not sure what the dead ends mean. There's no sound associated with them. I don't seem to be able to disembark as far as I can tell. Holy shit, Jeffy. That is a lot. Northeast is back the way I came. There's no sound here, huh? Southeast. Straight west from here is also a path. This is the Trill, right? According to my notes. Yeah. So now I'm facing south. So this path turns somewhere. This is the string and the trill. Better not be important that I've drawn this map perfectly, because I'm... If it's like supposed to spell out a letter or a number, I'm so fucked. Southwest. Facing southwest, okay. This is just a trill, right? South and east seem to be valid exits. South and east. And northeast is the way I came. And west. So this spot goes everywhere. This map is so fucked. Alright, let's go west. This is the loud beep and the trill. From here, I can go southwest. I can go south. God, this map, it's so fucked. This map is so fucked. I can go east. Oh, east is back the way I came. Northwest. God damn. It's just the trill. course it goes south. I'm running out of paper at the bottom of my page, but of course it goes south. Northeast is back the way I came. And west. Okay, another dead end. Another dead end. What's the sound here? The spring and the beep? I wonder if it matters that they're combining sounds. Like, I wonder if that on its own is something. Northeast from here. Pure beep. And there's a north path. Of course there is. There better not be any exits here, because I can't fit anything else on my fucking page. I've drawn myself into a corner. God damn it. I've literally, like, I'm overlapping with previous portions. It's annoying. Oh, this looks new. Hold up. Huh. I made it back.
You've returned. You wouldn't return. Pages to rescue me. I'm Akinar. My brother, I beg you. To be complete. Always blue pages.
Always blue pages.
Listen to him. Not listen to my brother. An egotistical fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages. Not the red ones. Don't bring the red ones. I implore you. I've been wrongfully imprisoned. You must leave. I will have my retribution. Please bring me the blue pages. Pages, please.
Pages, please. I wonder what that was about. Anyway, let's find some of the red pages too. This feels like a linking book. This has real linking book energy, if you ask me. I'll pass. Thank you. Ba 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 ba. My theory is that the two books represent, I've already forgotten their names. Chant Altanor and Obrigado. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go through this shit again. Fuck. Cirrus and Akinar, thank you. Those are the two people I was thinking. I wanted to get the red page. I think it's perfectly reasonable to want to get the red page.
Never give up.
Yo, Shy, thank you so much for 35 months. Also, I don't think I realized that that achievement was tracking knowing the right route. This is my first ever playthrough of Myst. I believe this one's Cirrus. I've decided this one's Cirrus.
You've returned. Thank you for bringing the red page. You must continue.
You're not coming through very well.
Is serious.
Wait, I was right!
I beg you to find the remaining red pages. You must release me from this book which has become.
Release me from this book.
I need more red pages, please. Beg. Don't waste time. Look. Don't. My brother is guilty. And I wrongfully imprisoned.
Well, maybe everyone's just wrongfully imprisoned.
Bring the red page to me.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, it was good talking to you, buddy. Say hi to your family for me. Well, you know what they say, hell is other people. I've never played any Myst game of any type. I know nothing about the Myst. There's another linking book here. If La Mulana counts as a Myst game, then sure, I've played a Myst game, why not? Okay, cool. Oh. Okay. Hell of a bachelor pad you got here. Dudes will be like, I know a place, and they'll take you somewhere that looks like you're in a medieval torture chamber. Fortress Rotation Simulator. It's a butterfly over crossed swords with a monkey mask over it. Okay, bye. Hey, cool guy. Cool chessboard too. Except for it's not a chessboard, it's a game that's played on a 6x6 grid. So not chess. Hmm. Whoa! We're going up! That looks like the orange shape that was... Hmm. It's not quite capturing my... It's not quite trapping my mouse on RetroArch, and it's becoming a pain. Why even have two buttons on an elevator if it can only go to two places? It is, but it falls apart at the edges of the screen. Like, it keeps it within the window, but it lets it escape a little bit at the bottom, so I keep clicking on my taskbar and stuff. She seems nice. Have I ever heard of a Shabbos elevator? A type of the elevator? Yeah, because you're not allowed to operate equipment on Sundays, so they just keep moving. Saturdays, sorry. There's similar things for like the oven, right? Where you basically just end up leaving the oven on all day on Saturday because you can put things in and out of it, you just can't turn it on and off. Okay, so maybe I can rotate. What I was understanding was happening was I was rotating the center platform. Interesting. Okay, so that didn't do what I thought it did. This thing here lists itself as a simulator. I was trying to click there, but what's this? I just minimized the window. Well, I can open the crate, and there's something inside. So am I understanding that there are two levers? Is that why I'm not able to actually rotate it? Is that the... Like that calls itself a simulator. Maybe... Right clicked. Never right click, man. Just don't do it. Is it that the light is preventing me from seeing what's back there that the telescope is pointing at? Hmm. I got this piece of paper for you. Can I go home now? Hmm. I'm not sure really what I can interact with here. I feel like I'm limited on the things I can interact with. Though I did find this hole in the wall. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? Not sure what things I can interact with here. One minor complaint I have about interfacing with this game is that on a lot of screens like this, where I'd kind of like to explore a little bit and click some things, when you click wrong very often, it just takes you back. Puppet says zoo. There just doesn't feel like there's anything to interact with here. Like, okay, I found the orange roof. Which isn't nothing. I think this matches the orange crystal downstairs in one of the rooms. I want to say that references this crystal of some sort. But maybe not. Maybe that makes no sense. So I can zoom in on the ship and the spaceship. Can't really seem to click on much on this throne except for the chessboard, which isn't really a chessboard. Okay, I'm gonna get up and stretch, grab a quick snack, think about where I am, and see if anything comes to me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hatch 4.
Hatch 4. Okay.
Run.
You mean go faster?
Go faster.
I can't go any faster than this.
Hustle.
I can't go any faster
Run.
than this. You mean go faster?
Go faster.
Yep.
Turn around.
Don't be stupid.
Rude? Hatch 4?
Hatch 4, okay.
Honestly, I deserve it. Zone F, from an alternate timeline. Oh. Oh. What's wrong with you? Stop it. This is Sampuli's fault. Okay, I'm sorry. I simply do not know what this comment means. Drop at each penis hills. First for refly, second for wing block. Ah, the penis hills. Okay, I see it now. Right? That's weird that the room looks darker. Hello, ma'am. Why did you do that? You feel ashamed. An appeal. As stated in the introduction, I believe this entry deserves more than it got at the time. While judges' notes and reactions generally seem positive, the end result, no top 3 trophy, no distinction, led one to question the overall... We love monarchy! Kings are great! More systems of government should be based on bloodlines. It's funny every time. I'm sorry, it's funny every time. Hey, I'm educated. I know what the France flag looks like. It's got a baguette on it. Probably, I don't know.
I wonder how we can get a hold of it.
Blow on the fire.
We need water, but I can't get to the bathroom.
Oh, can I shoot the bucket to... Shoot the bucket!
Wow. Did you see how far it flew?
I did not consider shooting in order to solve my problems.
Fire extinguisher. If only I could. But I can't get the fire extinguisher from here.
Typical, I didn't think of this. I've been wandering around for 20 minutes trying to find a solution that didn't involve it. How dare you, typical American me, shoot the fire extinguisher.
The fire extinguisher? I'll try it.
Square football is not a football. This is not a valid football shape. Can we go back to the square option? Can we please go back to the square option? Living your life according to 1 Corinthians. Sheesh.
Oh, I can't believe this shit. Anyway, I'm going in. Oh, I'm not allowed to go in. You just pushed me away. I'm in the fourth too.
Where'd Teddy go? Alright, I'm gonna brave the storm. Here I
Okay,
go.
I'm back-ish.
Oh, Teddy, you're back.
I'm back-ish.
I'm
Take my
braving
camera.
the storm. Not the camera. Wait,
Okay, I'm somewhat free. Mazel tov.
help me, I'm entangled. Kilder's got me. He's got me.
Huzzah!
Oh my god, I'm flying. Oh my god. I got fucking
Oh
sent
boy.
to the sky. Holy shit.
There are no G's.
Idiot! Of course there's no G's in London. Stupid.
Contestant number 3, it's your turn. There's a $3,500 space on the wheel and a new prize.
What?
The category is thing.
Oh man. Hello, I'm back. We missed you. You've been cooking that one up for a while? That's what it looks like when you're sitting on the throne here. I don't know if I've seen this vantage point yet. That's so interesting that you would mention that. There is a handy VOD channel on YouTube. It just occurred to me that when I press that button, it just beeps. It just beeps. Oh, these are the actual controls. Those actual controls don't make any sense of how to work them. I just did a similar input to what I did before, and that seemed to work. Or that seemed to do something. Let's see. It is. It's free to subscribe to my YouTube. It's just exclamation point YouTube. So I have to get the timing off of this, I guess? Okay, I think I see the strategy. Maybe. It was just step out after hitting the button? Yeah, it really was just that. You know, I looked up and I saw what looked to be 2 controls on top of the elevator. That should have made more sense to me. I've been enjoying it. I've been having a good time. So I thought it was rotating this platform, but it doesn't seem to be. Is there something else being rotated? Get rotated, idiot. Well, isn't that curious? That doesn't seem to be producing the outcomes I'm looking for. I might need to go back and practice the controls again. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be doing anything, or at least maybe it's not controlling what I think it is. It's not that. Oh, you have to pull this one back. I think? Okay, so for the platform controls, it's the trill, I think I was calling that. Trill is west. That's the string. That's the spring. And north was the beep. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Did I lose internet? I seem to have lost connection to chat, at least. Let me see if I can force chat to reconnect. Okay. Chat on my end, at least, disconnected, so I think I had some sort of weird internet issue. That is not far enough. Okay, that's correct. Okay. Cool, how do I back up? Okay, you have to turn from a specific direction. What's that over the door from this direction? The door looks different. I guess not. Maybe I'm just seeing things. That's not right. I shouldn't be at spring from here. I'm at beep? Nope. We're at trill. Okay, there we go. I'm having a great time. It's very interesting. This direction don't point at nothing. What? So we're trying to get back to string. Went too far. If you made it to spring, you've gone too far. Okay, so we found the answer to this. Whoa.
Ah, good. Still more blue pages, you bastard. Bring more. I must have some more. of you. Long. It's so long since my brother, Cirrus, wrongfully imprisoned me within this book. Stupid schemes. Pretty speech. It's been... Greed, which is endless.
Greed, which is endless!
He's done evil and he has destroyed all before. Do not bring the red pages to him. You must not let him trick you. He tricked our father. Hideously murdered our father. He'll trick you. He'll murder you. Don't touch the red pages.
Okay, so don't touch the red pages?
Beg you to bring the blue pages.
I'm getting a lot of mixed messages here.
To me. Listen, you must obey me. Blue pages are my only hope. You must help me. You must help me.
So he wants me to bring the red pages to his brother. It's a weird request. But he does know how to talk out of a book, so he clearly knows more than I do. Oh, there's a path back here. That I don't seem to be able to do anything. Oh, I can look at the top of the tree. Very tall tree. Very handsome tree. Hey, great job. I just got done with, yeah, I think maybe 2. Yeah, I just did this one, and I traveled through the spaceship already. Oh. It's a bird flying or something. Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. Good for that bird. Can I click on the bird? They've got birds in real life too? I don't know what that is when I click that. I want to see that bird flying again. Now the bird's over here! Oh my god, the birds are everywhere! They had 2 birds that time. I love that. Help control the bird population. In our 4-chamber beside the dock. Enter the number of marker switches on this island into the imager to retrieve the message. Well, you can climb this. I don't know what this is for. I had assumed previously that this was for, like, resetting the electricity if you blew a fuse, but that doesn't really seem to be what's going on there. Sir Lar, thank you so much for the raid. We are enjoying a very first playthrough of Myst. Please, no spoilers. Piece of paper. Yeah, if you input the wrong thing, it just shoots you with a gun, which is interesting. Marker switch diagram 4-7. It said marker switch diagram 4-7! Topographical extrusion test 40. The fuck does that mean? Oh my god. Brrr. Brrr. Hey, cool topographical map. The PlayStation can produce mind-boggling effects. Now, I think there were only 7 marker switches, but I can also brute force this a little bit, because it's not going to be more than, like, 10, so... If I'm wrong about 7, that's okay. I don't hate myself enough to go count them again. Consider me sufficiently whelmed. I was pretty sure the number was 7 I had counted, but maybe I'm misremembering. I did count them like 3 hours ago.
Catherine, my love.
Catherine, my love.
I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened. It's hard for me to believe. Most of my books have been destroyed. Catherine. It's one of our sons. I suspect Achenar, but I shouldn't leap to conclusions. I'll find him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for so long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return. But if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. Oh, and don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly.
Yeah, in hell.
And erase this message after you viewed it, just to be safe.
I don't think she erased it. Oh, damn. Am I Catherine? Erase, erase, erase! I have a theory that Altus was a bad father. Atris. Cowards. Was I given a date at any point? I feel like if I was given a date at some point, I would have written it down. But I'm also extraordinarily stupid. Like, no joke kind of stupid. Good stars. The programmer humor subreddit got on a tangent for like a whole month one time about awful input fields. Like having to input your phone number through a slider or something like that. I feel like no one ever posted the Myst date time entry format, and I think they really missed the mark. I'm starting to think they don't want me to climb this tree. I'm starting to think they don't want me to get to the top of this very beautiful tree. And that's kind of messed up. Can you believe that the Myst date-time entry, date-time input system was already Y2K compliant? Like, they were so ahead of the curve. Wow, cool book. I'm not going to your crappy island. In the year 2525. So these are constellations, though I don't have a good sense of, like, what I'm supposed to be getting from them. Um, hmm. Hey, your dad says he thinks you screwed everything up.
Return. Thank you for bringing me back. You must continue to help. My name is Cirrus.
Oh no, your dad didn't think you were the bad one. I mixed you two up. Oh, I mixed up the naughty boys. Oh, that's my fault. I can't believe I mixed up the naughty boys. Sometimes when I rotate it towards specific buildings, the line turns red. I think that's pretty interesting. You mixed up the book job brothers. I just got to delete my channel. I got to start over. We got to get new people in here. That is so fucking cursed. The book job brothers. I'm just kidding. Y'all are all right. I feel like navigating around some of these screens is a little clumsy. Like, for instance, if you want to click on the book here, you might think that turning left and turning right is going to face each side of the room, but it doesn't. Like, skips over. And you have to put your finger very close to the edge of the screen, but, like, if you're not right on the book, then it also is a turn. It feels a little clumsy in a way that I feel like it didn't have to be clumsy. I feel like being clumsy was a choice. Okay, this should face the giant tree, if that line is to be trusted. I'm playing on the 3DO, so I recognize that only having access to mouse is a little bit of my own problem, but if I were playing on PC, would I at least have the access to left and right to turn? Because I think that would remove a lot of my frustrations. Alright, okay. Because if you could just press left and right on the keyboard to turn, I think that would probably be enough to more or less fix what few frustrations I have. Yeah, I'm facing the tree. Hey everyone, it's tree time! $724. Okay, I now understand what the marker switches are for. I think the marker switches make locations appear on the tower rotation map and allow me to, like, quote-unquote target them, which gives me not only a way of viewing the thing, but to also see the clue for it. Maybe. Is that a recommended change? Because there's like a speed setting here. I just assumed that speed setting might be controlling my mouse cursor. Hello? Hello? Excuse me? Did I just accidentally solve a puzzle by striking the match on the strike tape? I guess not puzzle, but like a tricky input. Okay, so it always goes out when you go out the door. Okay, okay. Oh my god. Mouse, please stay contained to the window. Smokey Bear will never find me here in my mind palace. I actually don't have a good sense of how I'm supposed to use this right now. There it was, okay. I tried lighting this, assuming it was like a... Assuming it was like a pilot light. Okay, that wasn't what I meant to do. Oh, I think I understand. I've got a theory about what I'm supposed to do here. Going down? Okay, this seems like a really good stopping point. I'm probably gonna make this my stopping point for the night. Hey, Myst is fun. What a cool game. Damn, they made a cool game. Can't believe they did it.